you doing? Where you going? Call appraisal district.
The only option I found is Ulysses County.
No,
Do you-
no, fuck you.
Ramona?
Oh, now I hear ya.
Yay!
Okay, so send me.
Let's say hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are y'all?
Good.
I hear Kathy, but I don't see her.
I'm here. Hi.
Oh,
Can you
good
see?
morning. I see you.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the way we need to do it in the future if somebody's having trouble, is that we go to this Gmail on this Chrome and then
you just send them
send the link. And hopefully he'll see that.
So what he's gonna get is this, and all he has to do is just
Click that.
Okay.
It'll open it up, and it'll if he has the Zoom thing downloaded, it'll open. If it doesn't, it'll be like, hey, you got to download it.
All right. So the invite went to the Gmail, and that's how you were able to just forward
No, I just
it?
opened the Gmail and sent it to him from
We
there.
just opened up a Chrome. We opened up Gmail in the Chrome and then we
Yeah, I just typed in his little. It's Omen1212 at MSN, right?
What are you doing?
Oh,
don't
oh,
send it.
and
Don't send it.
should be it. I can go verify.
Well, he's on his phone trying to do it, so I don't want to call him. We'll see if he zooms in the next minute or so, right?
Yeah. Whenever he actually does it, he'll just pop up right here, just like Ramona does.
Uh-huh.
I can kick me out too. There he is.
There he is. Admit.
Is his name John?
John.
Phone?
John, are you there?
Give it a second. He's still connecting to audio.
John, are you there?
Yeah, I never received the email, but I think I got this working.
Hey,
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. Well, we sent you an invite there. We're so glad that you got it working. So you're the first Zoom meeting protest person. So we'll go through the whole process together. Okay. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thanks a lot.
There's the,
Oh, there he is.
The meeting of the Appraisal Review Board, June 17th, 8:37. It's called to order. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
We have a quorum. We're opening a hearing. Protest number 2020-495, account number 62845. John, bear with us just a minute. We have a little administration to go through.
That's totally fine.
This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today.
Okay.
Present is myself, Charlie Powers, Cindy Duck, Ramona LeBlanc is on via Zoom. Kathy Hoffman is here at the table, as is Robert Dake. Also at the table is the district appraisal district representative is Mike Soto. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. John, I'm going under the assumption that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ARB members considering your protest have not communicated with anyone? And about your protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I will begin. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I have signed, or I'm signing to that effect.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Ramona,
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
office,
And I'm Valerie Smith, and I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature, and I am also physically located in Texas.
all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. John, based on your signing of the affidavit that you sent in, we are under the assumption that you are under oath for this hearing. Is that correct? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
John, do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on the chart called hearing procedure times? It was page 5, I believe, in your package.
Let me go get that package for you.
Okay.
Okay, you said page 5, correct?
See under the, let me ask you one more question. Are you a licensed appraiser?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you too clearly.
I'm sorry?
He didn't hear you.
Are you a licensed appraiser?
A licensed appraiser? No.
Okay. If you look at the chart of hearing procedure times, you'll see that there are 2 options. Either the protester can go first or the district can go first. Which would you like to do?
I'm still looking for that page 5 right now. I'm sorry. Okay, you go ahead, go first while I try to look for this page 5.
All right, so the subject property is property account number 62845. Whistler's Cove experienced a change just due to some sales in the area associated with the just sales that happened in Whistler's Cove. Specifically, what you have is subject property is 101 Whistler's Bend, and 101 Whistler's Bend currently has a valuation of $275,590. Whistler's Bend, 101 Whistler's Bend, we actually use to access the entire. You can see in our sales comp grid, comp number 1 is the subject property, sold for $280,000 back in August of 2019. 108 Whistler's Bend is another sale that occurred in August of 19, sold for $255,290. You can see that they're of similar construction. They're both 5 MDs. There's some minor differences as far as porches and swimming pools and such that is there, and there's adjustments that are made for that. The indicated value for comp number 1 is 280. The indicated value for comp number 2 is 280,808. The indicated value for comp number 3, which is 179 here in Oaks sold for $270,000. And then in March of 19, there was another sale at 185 here in Oaks that sold for $232,000. The appropriated adjustments or the indicated value for comp number 2 are $281,990, and comp number 4 is $255,844. So you can see that the median value for those properties, for just the sales comparison approach or market value is $80,404, which is interesting because the subject actually sold for $280, which again is currently appraised at $275. Moving on to equity, on our comp equity grid, you have the subject property, and it's just pulling other 5 MVs in the subject neighborhood. These are not necessarily sales; these are just other properties and how they're appraised. You can see that the subject property is at $275,590. Comp number 1 indicates a indicated value of $271,508. Comp number 2 indicates an indicated value of $272,592 when compared with the subject, and then comp number 3 is $268,582. What's interesting there is on the comp equity grid, there's an indicated warranted change of $271,508. There's an indicated value of $271,508, which the subject property is currently appraised at $275,590. So again, just from an equity standpoint, there's $4,000 indicated value change or something like that. So moving forward, moving forward, you can see the elements of the subject property's sale. And then you can also see the sales ratio report here. So the sales ratio report says everything in that neighborhood has a weighted mean of 98.88%, has an average mean of 99. It's a really tight neighborhood because there's really high congruency. All of the properties are very similar in nature. They were all done within a short period of time by the same builder. And so the construction is the same. The market reaction to those types of things are very similar. That's what I have in my evidence package.
Can I just ask one question? And I'm sorry. Can you tell me that you said you used that as your the sale of 101? When was that sale of one?
August of 19.
Thank you. And the amount was what?
$280,000.
Thank you. All right, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So now you have 2 minutes to do a cross-examine, and then you'll get 5% your case. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So start now with your cross-examine.
Okay. With my cross-examine, because the issue we had was like last year, our tax thing said it was 240 or 236, 200 something. Then we looked at our taxes this year and it went up like, as much as you said, 276, 800. And we're like, that's a big jump, that's like more than 10%. That's like close to 20% maybe. But that's why we're freaking out with this thing right here, that our taxes went up that much, because I understand like the property area went up in value because Hogan Homes are building all the houses out in the middle of nowhere over there. But I also saw in the paperwork that y'all charged me for like a 300 square foot like living space. So I was like, Cinder, it's not a living space. It was a pergola. Like I said, sent you in the picture, And like I said, I built the pergola and it wasn't giving out enough like lighting or shade. So me and my father-in-law decided to put plywood, put the, tarp down and put the shingles up there to make it match the house. And I believe on the thing, they counted it as 311 square foot of living area. I was like, you can't live outside. There's mosquitoes out here and everything. It doesn't protect you from the rain or nothing, but that's all I got to say about this, you know?
Okay. And then now you have 5 minutes to present.
Like to show you the pergola that I have or what?
Yes, yes, I mean, that would be appropriate. It's whatever you want to show us. Anything related to your case.
Yeah, like I said, the pergola is not connected to the house, like I said. So it's not actually an add-on to the house. It's just considered like this a shading structure, basically. See, it's not connected whatsoever. And those are the plywoods I put up that's underneath the roof, you know? And there's the beams in the back right there. That's telling you it's not a structure that's connected to the house, you know, because I had to put a beam up.
Where's the plywood you're talking about, John?
The what?
Does that show?
If you go back a couple of pictures. Right there, you can see where that window, you can see the edge of the plywood right there and part of the beam.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the one after it. Go to the next one.
The next one up, Eamon,
It's a whole lot.
or Ray. Huh?
No, not that one, the other way. So thank you, Ann.
There you go.
I understand. Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
Like a covered porch.
He's saying that he thinks it's being counted there for this space, I believe.
Yes, I think. Okay. Did you have anything else at this point, John, that you wanted to offer as far as evidence or anything?
No, ma'am. That's basically all I have to offer and stuff. I appreciate y'all listening to this.
Okay, so now the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
On my cross-examine time, I'd like to say that he's indicated 311, we have 318, and we do have it as porch. We don't have it as living space. It's on the back of the house. It's clearly seen on our evidence. If you look at our evidence and you go to the card, you look at that last segment, which was the 2019 segment, where it's actually year built and effective year built 2019, there's 318 square feet. And it says type PC, which is a
Oh, I see it.
Can
Yeah.
you get that in right there and just zoom in? Well, I don't know if you can zoom in.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Oh, I see. This one down here.
Yeah.
Is it the
If you
last?
just hit the plus right at the top, will it get bigger? There you go.
Card.
Yeah, keep going. It's just the card, the property card. And if you see the last segment, it says PC, which is a
Is it the
covered
top?
porch.
Okay.
It's a covered porch. It was added in 318 square feet. We agree with you, sir. It's not living space. It's added as a porch.
Yes. And like I said, I gave you receipts and stuff right there, how much it cost me for the materials that I built, you know, with my father-in-law.
Okay.
And I don't think it's even worth that much, you know, because it's just a piece of wood that's standing up.
Okay. Continuing on my cross-examine time, you know, what you build something for and the contributory cost associated with a property are two different things. And we just added it as contributory value, just like we would anything else in that neighborhood. The porch we added on as a porch. It feeds on both the structure class, which is the 5MV, and then it feeds on the neighborhood. So it's added as contributory value. As far as the district's rebuttal, there's only 2 items under protest. Market value, we've already shown that the market value is actually just a little bit low. We currently have 275 and change. The subject property sold for 280. I guess I didn't ask, did you pay 280 for the subject, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's been established. Market value is established. On the second item, you look at equity and you're looking at the median equity value. We show a value in our equity grid of 271,508. That's the evidence for the equity. There's a minor warranted value change when it comes to equity. That's all that I would recommend for this subject. And that will take care of my rebuttal.
Okay, so now, John, now you get 2 minutes for rebuttal. You have 2 minutes to ask him questions or whatever. 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I totally understand, but it's like everything you explained was really clear. So I totally understand what you said.
Okay, so now we have the district closing, which is 1 minute.
Again, there's 2 items under protest: values over market value and values unequal compared with other properties, or the median level of appraisal. It's a really clean case from the standpoint that the data just lines up. Market value is established and warranted. When you're looking at the median level of appraisal or comp equity, it warrants a small change. That small change is 271,508. That's it.
Okay, and then John, you get 1 minute for your closing.
All right. Thanks for your time. It's great that you actually helped me out a little bit. That's it.
Okay,
all
stay
right,
stay
so-
on the line with us, please.
Don't go away, John.
So now, yeah, don't get off. So now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss your case and come up with our answer. Okay?
This is reasonably clear.
The one thing I mean, and I just,
271,508 is
right.
median value.
And the only thing, I'm just curious to know, because he did bring it up. And so the porch value from, was set at 1,620. And I'm just curious what the receipts came up to.
The receipts came up to
receipts-
1358,
Okay.
roughly, a couple of dollars different.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Now, so
in answer to your question, the porch value is $7,100, 7100. And it's the porch. It's
Yeah.
contributory value to the main. Again, what
So
you,
he paid 1,300
yeah,
and they value it at 71.
what you can build something for is not what the market reacts to. Those are 2 different things.
I think it's pretty clear in terms of market value and equity value.
yeah. All right. So so just subtracting 4,000 off
Right.
to make it. All right.
No, well,
You make that motion, that's within $1 or 2.
yeah.
4,000 is.
So I make a motion based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and what we've heard from the property owner, that in addressing Q1 and Q2 incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the median level, that we subtract 4,000 from the total value, which on account number 62845 will bring the total value to $271,590.
It should be 508.
It should be 508. Okay, so then,
That's the equity.
Value to 271,508. Median value.
all right.
And for clarity, our system rounds to the nearest $10 increment. Can you please make it a $10 increment? I don't care which way.
So 500. Okay, so wait, that'll.
271,500.
So the total value
I didn't know that.
for account number 62845, the total value is $271,500.
Okay, second.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mona?
Yes, aye.
Thank you.
John, thank you for being our first Zoom person in. That was good.
All right. Not a problem.
Sorry for the
Thanks
trouble.
for helping me out, sort out this problem, Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, John.
All right. Catch you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Aye.
Bye.
Hearing is closed. Who's next up?
Wonder did they all call in? Do you know?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I was
The cases
working
are
on
up
something
the-
completely unrelated before for the audio visual trouble.
I'll let that-
I
I look
bet you know.
ridiculous over here with two pens in my pocket.
Uh-huh. We've been wondering where
Hey,
those
settle
pins.
down. You're the one that. Never mind.
I'm the one that
No,
won.
never mind.
Who's up next?
The rest of the 8:30 docket was represented by an agent who never turned in his or her affidavit. We've asked for those. We asked yesterday, we were in communication yesterday, hey, you don't have your affidavits. They actually asked for the evidence again yesterday, just on a side note. But just as a matter of protocol, whenever we send out the hearing, we typically send out the evidence with it, especially this year, you know, with all of everything that's going on. We're just sending everything out. Like, here's your evidence, here's your hearing date, everything. And in there, you know, we need your affidavit, we need your affidavit, we need your affidavit. We did not receive it for this one. So the next, and we're past the 15 minutes. So the next scheduled time is at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So
Can we call 10 o'clock people early?
If they call in for a time slot, we might be able to put them on early.
We can't
We're
call.
doing it 3,
But I
right?
don't think we should probably call them. I don't know.
I mean,
what the
now.
call is.
In the past, we used to,
Oh, do you? Okay.
yes, but I think, I don't know.
I don't mean an hour.
So the next one is the same way, right? Number 472.
All 4 of them will go away, right? Is that-
So all 4 of them are the same person?
Yeah, that's what he said.
All the rest of the 8:30s were represented by, there was 4 8:30s that remained, and they were represented by an agent that did not turn in his or her
Paperwork.
affidavit.
Yeah,
10 o'clock.
okay.
No, I don't believe so. 10 o'clock. I can go check to make sure that's the case, but I think the 10 o'clock is the.
Just to see if they send in their affidavits.
Sure. 8:30 is the remaining of the 4, and then the 10 o'clock is represented by somebody else, like either themselves, and did they turn in their affidavit at 10?
Yes, we have some affidavits at 10.
Good.
Five.
3 at 10 o'clock.
Final order for Mr.
Kendall says 3.
Still 17?
They may have settled, but they may have settled some.
You'll tell me when it goes to the 18th, right?
Right, that'll be tomorrow.
On the 10 o'clock.
Oh,
docket
that's
here.
what's on there?
Yeah.
Oh, I was counting what's on there.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's kind of
I dare not-
important.
I dare not ship that.
No.
Tomorrow's your anniversary?
Yes.
Oh, so are y'all gonna do something special?
I've never-
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna- there we go. Probably Cheryl's. We've been to Latitude and 495 in the last week or so, so we'll probably go to Cheryl.
How many years?
We were married in 68. Okay.
Dang, Charlie.
Wait,
52.
Thank you. 52.
that's high man. Wait, you say 52?
Right?
Wait, you were married
Get
in
the calculator.
68, right?
68.
52.
78, 88, 98, 2008,
2018.
18, you're right. Just checking. Make sure you're being honest with me now.
Okay, well, Who's lucky?
So I have a question on the email.
Yes.
I was listening to it and I remembered all that stuff that we went through on the beginning. That was good. So I tried to fast forward. So when I did that, I used my mouse to slide it across to, save some time. When I got to where I wanted to stop, I couldn't get any sound to come again.
Yeah, that happened to me a couple times too. If you get out and go back in.
I had to keep getting out and go back
And
in.
then I tried to go back to the very beginning and start over. It wouldn't let me.
Yeah, once it locks up, you have to just get out.
Yeah.
I
The
mean,
only
like
way-
every
I did,
time
I
I'm,
got out of the whole
And-
Gmail, got back into Gmail and it started from the beginning.
Right.
yes.
Yeah. You're
But
gonna
then
have
you
to.
knew the number, and so then you were able to move it to the number and then let go of the mouse.
Right.
Just let go.
Yeah.
And
It doesn't
then
wanna-
it would do.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go back and forth unless you actually download the audio file to your computer. Like you can download it and mess with it. But if you're just listening to it that way, it's just
Oh, you're just streaming it from your server here.
yeah, it's just like it's actually from the Google server.
Okay.
They're
Oh, yeah.
hosting it.
So I should just download it to my computer and then
Then you can skip around on it. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Then you can skip
It'll
around
be
on
a
it.
lot
Also, if y'all
easier.
want, you can listen to it here now.
But what I prefer is that I have my own copy of it so that I can deal with. Is there a magic to downloading it?
Nope, it's just a regular. Just download the attach. It's like the link. You just download it. Right click and download or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah, it's
Pain in the neck, I didn't want.
it's not like some kind of secured
All
file.
that stuff, I don't know if you listened to it or not, but you started to go all the stuff in the video, I remember all that. And that's, it's not permanent anyway, so I was trying to get past it all.
Yeah.
And.
Part you want to listen to starts at about 43 minutes.
is that what it is?
43.17.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, so
I
what-
went out and came back in many
Did
times.
you have you listened to it yet?
Yes, and actually I listened to, because there were several different ones.
Did you remember?
Yeah,
Um,
we can't discuss it today.
Well, I can say whether or not I remembered it. It's
I'm not gonna ask
like,
any questions about it.
not, I didn't remember any, I mean, it was like, okay, what, because it was there and we're talking. You're hard to hear. You need to talk up a little.
I've been saying I can't hardly hear her.
I mean, see, and I know, I mean, I get it, you're doing your best, but it was because there were some important points that you were making. And I mean, I
You
had,
can turn up the volume on your speaker.
no, once you've turned it all up as
No,
high as
it's
it'll
me-
go,
it's
you
me
can.
because-
Oh, you don't have manual control on your speaker?
Yes,
She's
but
saying she's got it maxed out. It's
I
still
have
quiet.
it maxed out and I couldn't hear what she said.
Oh, I could hear her when I turned up the volume, but then I forgot it was up.
Oh my God.
Got blown out of your chair.
The dog was like, wow.
About 10 minutes later, a piece of mail came in and Jesus.
The problem is when we're here.
It was funny.
You think you're talking louder than you are.
Headphones.
So You think you're talking loud and you don't want to talk any louder.
Got it.
It's difficult.
Now Kathy, just so you know, I talk loud. So when you hear me loud, I am loud.
You know what else? You know what else you could do is. just trade this.
And that's
Well,
fine.
it's
You wanna
true.
argue with that?
If you
No,
don't think I-
It's true.
I
But
think
you
I
could-
sound as loud as
I
you,
am Captain
but-
Obvious.
But you could.
I just want to make sure she knows it's not
You two
her.
could also just trade
The thing
places.
is, to me, Cindy, to me, I think I sound as loud as you.
You do?
Yes, because that's what I
Make
hear
mine
in my
okay.
ears.
Got it.
Hey, team,
Y'all can just trade places
See?
too, and she'll be that much
somebody
closer to
just
the
called in
microphone.
from the 10 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead with it.
That's an option.
Okay. Oh,
Which one is it?
Which case is it?
That's the one I'm
And
looking
it would
at.
pick it up
Okay,
Yeah, it'll be a little louder.
I think they have 3
we'll move
altogether.
that. You and I switch after this, please.
So,
And you'll be closer to the microphone. And that'll help.
I would assume we
Yeah,
want
I
to start
think
with case
We can do it in the
530.
future.
They hear us. doing-
Just, we would need to verify Brenda West. Can I look at the affidavit?
Sure.
Okay,
I think it's all 3 of the 10 o'clock cases.
Oh,
Well, there's more than
There's a
So, yeah,
Donna
Brenda
Scott.
Huh?
I don't see a West. I see a Donna
Right,
Scott.
it's gonna
No,
be
there's a
Toes in
West
the
that-
Sand.
There's a west of 10 o'clock, it's on page 3, page 4 at the top.
Yeah,
Oh.
and then Theron and Brenda West. And I believe,
So the cases are 530, 534, and 531.
right,
That's all the same person.
yes, I believe so.
534 is on page 3, and then 53 at the bottom. And then
Yes.
531 is at the top of page 4.
I don't know why it does this to me sometimes. How do I get rid of it?
530 and
Yeah.
534.
It's just trying to sell you a product.
Listening to them.
So, so Mike, just in general, probably, is it possible that, not only, have values possibly jumped, but there's also some of the hurricane stuff that is coming off also, so there might be the two combined together on some values, just not any one specific case, I'm saying just in general.
In general, what's happened in Aransas County has been, before the COVID, we saw real estate really hopping. I mean, there was a lot of transactions going on. Good market reaction to a great place to live, again, and coupled with that, we have very little of the, when you're looking at the relative number of percentages of properties, the relative number that are still under some kind of construction is diminishing as time goes on. And so
Yes.
fewer of those things are happening, just as a generality. You do have some big condominium complexes.
Brenda West.
Brenda West. Okay.
All right, so what we got?
Brenda West. You got 3 properties, and we're gonna figure out which one we do first.
Yes, on here, I
Wait,
guess,
she said 2.
yeah,
She said 2 accounts.
no, 3 actually.
Yeah, 2 are in the name of her LLC and 1 is in her personal name.
So what's the third account?
Okay,
Because we
the
got,
cases are 530,
They're all three.
534, and 531.
Wait.
So all 3 of them.
530,
534,
okay,
and 531.
1, which is right here. Okay, cool.
Okay, so Toes in the Sand is her LLC.
Right, and there's 2 on those. And in fact, they have another account, but it'll be scheduled for another day. Okay. Here we go.
Which one are we starting with?
530.
Okay.
Hello.
Good morning, Brenda. How are you? This is Charlie Powers.
Good, fine.
This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board.
Yes, sir.
Okay, bear with us while we do a little administration. You have 3 properties we're dealing with this morning, is that correct?
I'm sorry, how many?
You have 3 that we're dealing with this morning?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're gonna start with the protest number 2020-530, account 64394. Is that okay?
Okay, I'm trying to find that one.
It's 1515 South Church.
1515 South Church.
Okay, sorry.
We're all set?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, in that case, bear with us for just a minute. We're gonna have to do this once. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-530, account 64394. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Charlie Powers, Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and Ramona LeBlanc is on the via Zoom. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your request, of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Brenda, my assumption is that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. ARB members concerning your protest did not communicate with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I have signed to that effect.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
And I am Valerie Smith. I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I am also physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Brenda, since you signed the affidavit, we are assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Mike?
Yes, my name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Brenda, do you have the chart of the hearing procedure times that was page 5 in your package?
The time?
Hearing procedure times. It's a chart with times for the various elements of the procedure.
I can bring it. What you're saying is heavily.
Do you have, are you able to see the piece of paper that says, like, you have 5 minutes to present, then there's a cross-examine for 2 minutes, then a presentation? It just gives the procedure we're getting ready to go through. It gives how it's run in time.
I guess.
It should
That's okay, Brenda. We'll walk you through it one step at a time.
Okay.
Do you have a license, an appraiser's license?
No.
You're not an appraiser?
No.
Okay. The procedure allows for you to go first or for Mike to go first for the district. Which would you prefer?
For you to go first and me?
Yeah.
And you can go first. That's fine.
Okay, Mike?
Sure. The subject property is 1515 South Church. This subject had experienced some changes based on some listing information that we had. It was listed, and it's not currently listed, but it was listed in 18 for $199,000. There were some updates to the interior and to the subject property that we noticed the changes, and we changed the effective use to reflect that change. Now, understand, it was on the market for $199,000. We're not anywhere close to that number. We're at $160,590. So the subject property is a 1,139 square feet. We have a 4SS class, which is, again, just an average class in that area. Specifically, it's in that South Rock area. So when looking at, I believe that two things under protest are,
There's only one thing.
there's only one thing under protest. The property should not be taxed.
Yes, because, that's fine, because well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just need to, and I'm sorry I didn't go over this right at the very beginning, but, the only thing that you have listed is property should not be taxed. So I'm gonna present my evidence, but the only thing under protest is that the protester is saying that the property should not be taxed. Now, I don't know if she doesn't understand that, but let me just go through my evidence so I don't lose that ability to do so. Specifically, the subject property is currently assessed at $160,590. You can look that it's in the South Rock area. We're looking at other 4S classes. So we have a 4SS plus. On the second comp, we have a 4FB plus. On the third comp, we have a 4FB plus. And then on the fourth comp, we have a 3DS. And you'll notice in all those cases, all of those starting prices for those sales, respectively, comp number 1 sold for 172 when adjusted to the comp, to the subject, it's 168 and change. Comp number 2 is 153. When adjusted to the subject, it's 177. Comp number 3 is sold for 174,000. Comp number 4 sold for 162,000. And those adjustments are 156 and 145 respectively. When you look at that median value, it shows actually a warranted change of we have 156,572. So again, just a minor warranted change, about a $3,000, almost $4,000 change there. When you look at comp equity, ma'am, just hang on just for a second, please. When you look at comp equity, again, what's really interesting about this, that other figure that we had was $156,000 and change. This one, the comp equity, actually indicates $155,000 in change when you're looking at comp equity. So what's nice about that is both of them show just a minor change, and they're both congruent with one another, 155, 156. So that's where we believe that the value should be. Having said that, that is not the protest at issue. So you can see further in my evidence why we did what we did to increase the effective age. You can see that the interior photos warrant, it's not the original built stuff. You actually have granite on the inside. You have some shaker cabinets on the inside and things of that nature. But specifically, there were some other sales in the area that warranted a change along with the actual things that were done to the property.
Okay.
Okay, so now, ma'am, now you have 2 minutes to cross-examine.
I'm gonna go ahead.
She's up.
Sorry, say that again, please.
I said, I'll go ahead and agree with your, median value, 156,572.
But we still, Charlie, I think we need to add.
Yes.
Yes, we heard you, ma'am. Right now you have the ability to ask questions, but did we hear you correctly that you agree to 150?
156,572, which you had said because of the region.
Okay,
But
you don't get to, yeah, it's
It's
her thing. That's the hard thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what to, I don't know what to do.
But I think we should clarify with her. So are you going to talk to us today about that the property should not be taxed, or are you done?
Well, I'd like to hear why she felt it shouldn't be taxed.
Oh, the reason I'm saying that
We can't.
was because we changed cabinets, but we didn't do anything else to the property. I mean,
But are you saying it shouldn't be taxed at all? Is that what your protest is?
I guess I wrote that wrong in there, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you wanted to say was that it was overtaxed.
Okay. I think it's appropriate under the circumstances to go ahead and deal with it as though we're Q1, Q2.
I agree.
She obviously.
She obviously didn't understand.
Didn't understand what the sheet meant. So, you know, this clarity is now brought to the situation.
I think just, I don't even know where we are across, but just for the record, ma'am, can we ask, did you not understand which box to check?
I didn't on that one yet.
You did not understand, is that
She
correct?
said, this is the third time.
Not for me, it's not.
Well, she checked the same box on all properties. So
Well, the reason I had checked about was because you increased it, and I didn't think you needed to be increased
She
because
didn't
we
understand.
didn't update anything on the property.
Okay, I'll take that as that she didn't understand. Okay, good.
Okay. And if we bring it down, we ought to bring it down to 155, 412, which is the median for the pump.
I agree. The 155, 412.
155, 412.
For 10
Yes.
or 400?
12,
410.
Okay.
Rounds up.
410.
So I make a motion on account 64394, which is 1515 South Church, that based upon what the appraisal district presented and what the property owner has told us, that we adjust the value for 2020 to $155,410.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, hearing is closed. Let's go to the next one.
Okay, so ma'am, stay on the phone because we're doing your other two accounts.
Okay.
All right, next up is
531.
31.
Or 534, whichever.
Brenda, which would you like to do, 531 or 534?
Okay.
She's quite a-
I'm not.
She doesn't know.
420
Oh.
420 Mesquite or 1808 Baywood.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do the Mesquite. Okay, that's 534. Opening a hearing on protest number 2020-534. Account number 19293 is 402 Mesquite. Okay, then I'm going to forego most of the script because you've already been burdened by that. So we'll go with our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone and are signing affidavits to that effect.
Go ahead, go ahead. Oh, you mean, yeah, Val's not ready, I'm sorry, guys.
Ma'am, we're just waiting for some paperwork, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In the interim, I will proceed. I shall solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 416.6F and am signing to that effect. Cindy?
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.626.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
And I, Valerie Smith, am the notary public that is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via email, and I am also physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Brenda, I'm going to once again assume that since you signed the affidavit, you're under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, Mike?
My name is Michael Sutter, do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay. Brenda, I need for you to state for the record whether you understood what you were doing when you put in property should not be taxed.
I don't think I did on that one either. I'm very confused now. I'm very,
Okay. We'll take that as a yes. You were confused about the coding and didn't check the right box. Is that correct?
yeah.
Okay. In that case, would you like Mike to go first or?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. We can try to get through this quickly. The subject property is currently assessed at $155,940. And you'll see that in our sales grid, the market value is supported there at $168,695 with all the sales in that area. This is in the Fulton area. You can see that comp number 1 sold for 162. Comp number, but it has an adjusted value of 168. Comp number 2 is sold for 150. Again, it adjusts out to 168. Comp number 3 sold for 156 and adjusts out to 193. Comp number 4 sold for 140, adjust out to 175. That median value indicated is 168 and change, which well supports the valuation that we have for the subject property, 155,940. Moving on to the comp equity grid. Again, the comp equity grid these are properties in that similar area that are not necessarily sales. We try to get the same type of classification, and you can see that we have 3 MBL, 3 MBL, 3 MBL, 3 SS, and 3 SS. One's a 3 SS plus, and then another 3 SS plus. So we try to get class 3s in that similar Fulton neighborhood. You can see that a very small warranted change is there, 155,051. Again, our data rounds to the nearest $10 increment, 154,050 is my recommendation there. And again, that's like less than a $2,000 change. That's all I have. Yeah, it's less. It would be less than a $2,000 change. And that's what I have.
Okay, so it's gonna be a price at 154,051?
Well,
No.
050. Well, I mean, we're not done yet. I mean, the ARB has to rule. You haven't presented your evidence, but
Well, the thing is that the only thing I know is that it didn't increase and we didn't update anything, so I didn't understand what value of it was going up.
yeah, it was just the sales, ma'am. Looks like.
Okay.
Cindy?
Okay, so ma'am,
Yes.
okay, so now you have 2 minutes to cross-examine.
Okay. My thing was that it did not increase, I did not see an increase for it because there was no update. So that's what I have been done in the last 2 years. So that is at the end of mine.
You have nothing further to present?
No,
Okay,
no.
district crossing down.
Again, the ARB members asked the property owner if she understood, and apparently she didn't. So the thing under protest, by virtue of that discussion, was really the appraised value and unequal. Those are the 2 things I presented. My warranted change indicates a value of 154,050.
Okay.
But again, I'm not the ruling. This is Mike Soto of the district, so the ARB has to.
Okay, you finished?
That's all I got.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to deliberate and come up with our answer. I don't know about y'all, but
I think it's pretty easy.
I mean, he told us, and to me, that seems fair.
Very straightforward.
Yes.
Okay.
Value
So-
was 1,900 approximately. So we bring the value down to 154,040.
050.
050.
050.
050.
All right, so Ramona, are you agreeing?
Oh, y'all have already,
Now
yes,
we
I
have-
do agree.
Okay. All right, so Bam, hold up, we have a little bit more, hold up. So based upon what we heard from the district and from the property owner on account number 19293, and addressing the correct appraised value and also, or incorrect appraised market value and,
Equity,
Appraisal ratio exceeded median level.
equity.
yes, appraisal, thank you, Robert. The appraisal ratio exceeding the median level, that we adjust the value of this property to $154,050 for the 2020 roll.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, ma'am, so now you have your value.
All right.
Okay.
You okay with this?
She said aye.
Yeah, I said yeah.
Okay.
Fair deal.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we have one more property.
Okay. That hearing is closed and we're now opening hearing on protest number 2020-531. Account number 20388. 1806 Baywood Drive, Rockport. 1806 Baywood Drive,
Yes, sir.
we're all on the same page, right?
Yes,
Okay. In that case, will, our members who are considering the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'll begin. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F, and am signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
I'm Valerie Smith. I'm the notary public witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I am also located in Texas physically.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Once again, we're assuming you're under oath by virtue of the fact that you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarification, on your protest, you check boxes 003, Q03 property should not be taxed, and Q05 other. Could you state for the record whether this was, again, a confusion and misunderstanding of the codes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Would you like to go first, or would you like Mike to go first?
I like to go first.
Can I need to swear in. Did I swear in?
Oh,
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
so you'd like to go first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to begin.
Okay, I am wondering on one of these parts here, it's the front porch that says 10 by 7, 70 square feet. There used to be a wall there 2 years ago, and the bottom foundation was all dirt. I didn't know why I was getting taxed on that.
Anything else?
Yes, and then, I have another, what is it, concrete at 350, can you explain to me what that is? Because, I mean, I don't know if you're telling me that you're charging me for concrete, driveways, sidewalks, or what.
Yeah, these elements look to be in and about the subject property's house, not necessarily driveway or anything. It could be just some concrete at the front of the house.
I have a free sidewalk, so you, the 350 square feet of concrete?
Again, ma'am, I'd have to research that, but I mean, that represents $700 worth of value for a $340,000 valuation. I don't know.
Well, you've got three different things on there. You're charging us for a.
Wait, sir,
Whoa,
sir,
whoa, whoa.
sir, hold up.
Who is this on the phone? Well, we're sorry, he can't speak because, unless he signed the affidavit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what I was gonna say is why are we being charged for concrete? Can you prove something?
Is she looking at the property card?
Yes, she is.
I know you can't, but it appears from the pictograph that we could look up here that there's a driveway that's at least 350 square feet of concrete.
You're seeing this?
Yeah, on the picture, it's a long driveway.
Yeah.
But that's in our evidence.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're in the protesters' presentation time, so I hope the clock's continuing.
Do I continue?
Yes,
Yeah,
we're in your time.
Okay, and then, we have a charge too for a brick wall that used to be there 2 years ago. When we bought it, we tore it down, but the foundation is dirt, so I didn't understand why I was getting charged for that either. Okay, and then another thing was, what was the other one? Okay, those are my two things on there, because the concrete, the front porch, and then the open porch. So I'm getting charged for open, concrete floor that's on the porch, that's not covered or anything.
Yeah, I guess this is part of her, I mean, it's her presentation time, but I can, so you have,
Let's make sure that's all. Is that all the issues you have?
And then plus, I mean, I bought the house at 112, put almost 100,000. I need to change the square footage. I took off the kitchen cabinet, put less kitchen cabinet. So I don't understand what the high value of that is. And plus, I have a do I get anything for disability? I have disability this year.
in answer to your disabled, are you disabled vet or disabled person or what?
The disability is Social Security.
Yeah, you would just bring that, what's called a letter of award. You bring it into the district. We'll look at the rating, and there's different portions of exemptions associated with the rating level. That's administrative. I mean, we'll just apply it. If you qualify, we'll apply it. That's not that wasn't protested today.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Where are we?
We're still in her time, but I think it'd be helpful if she could clarify back to us what her issues are, because I'm not, at this point,
Okay, the front porch, you always charging me for a concrete wall, and I get a foundation, but there's no foundation. It was just a little concrete wall, but the foundation under that is dirt. So I'm getting charged for that.
No, I can't actually see where typically a lot of times concrete is actually not drawn. It's just, it's just not drawn. So the porches are drawn. To answer your question, the main living space is drawn. To answer your question, the main living space is drawn. The porches are drawn. and the garage is drawn. And they all have contributed. You have
I
a,
have an open for 70 square feet start and then a concrete for 350 square feet.
again, ma'am, I can't say where the 350 is. I don't know. Maybe it's the driveway thing to the back. It's not the driveway, it's that driving path. I'm just guessing. You know, there's a, where are we on time? I mean, I just need to get on with my presentation here.
Well, you're still in, you've got your 2 minutes of one.
Okay, so on my rebuttal.
You have 1 minute.
On my cross-examine time, on my cross-examine time, all I would say is that if you look at, you know, trying to answer the question about concrete, the only thing that I think it may be is either, you can pull up our evidence in the pictometry area, because we're talking about 350.
I would say that just guessing, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth here, but the.
There's something right here, and there's something right here. This is not typically picked up, and this is typically not picked up.
Okay.
But I'm guessing it's either one of those two things. I mean,
Where the car is parked, is that what you're talking?
yeah, this is a,
That would be
that would
probably
be-
the boat pad, what you're calling a boat pad.
So 380 would be 10 times 38 or 12 times.
yeah, can you measure that for us?
I mean, I just think we should be. What that's for. All right, so now you're going into your rebuttal.
This is wig out right there.
388. No, I just got to go to actually Picto.
Okay, so now in my time is a.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna follow this down. It's all. Can you measure this area just the rectangle wise? No, not all the way, just to the,
Just like right here.
yeah, rectangle. So this is probably it. If you take this whole thing, this is 270 that we just measured. So this is probably the concrete, is the pad, which means that driveways typically aren't picked up, but this is kind of like a little extension. I don't know. It's a concrete pad that's worth $700. I mean, there it is. Let me get to my presentation. All the other elements are described, and they're all part of a porch, an open deck, which is just anything that's there that's open, that's not dirt, a porch in the front, a porch into the side rear, you have a garage, and you have a main living space. All right, so the subject property is 1806 Baywood. The two things, I guess they're really not under protest, but the property owner indicated that they didn't know what they were checking. So the two things under protest are market value and equity. The subject property is currently assessed at $344,860. The subject recently sold at $371,070.
Okay, it did not sell for that. It did not.
Okay, what did it sell for?
Well, we took over because we couldn't sell it. And so we moved in, we put almost 100,000 divided for 112, and that's all we did. So we couldn't sell it in the market, and we got two other houses that are here at 349, still a little bit bigger than this one, but they haven't been sold, so we didn't sell the property. There's no place to show that we sold it.
Oh, so, okay, so you are toes in the sand, so you sold it to yourself?
Yes, and then we didn't sell it, so then we moved in and we needed it to us.
Okay, all right, well, let's continue on. I still have my evidence to present. If you're looking at the other sales that aren't the subject property, that one sold for $365, comp number 2 sold for $365. When you adjust it out, it says $388 when compared with the subject. Comp number 3 is 2005 Baywood Drive, sold for $513. When you adjust it out, it's,
Waterfront deck, old deck, we don't have any of that.
no, I understand, ma'am, and there's adjustments for that. There's adjustments adjustments, like when you're looking at the 205 Baywood, there's a $177,000 land adjustment because it's waterfront, just like you said. So it adjusts out. More relevant to the discussion is what are other properties appraised for in this area? And there's a warranted change. You can see that the property is at 344. The subject's 344,860, and the median equity value for other comps like the subject. These are not necessarily sales, they're just houses and what they're appraised at. It has a median equity value of 339,768. 339,768.
Okay, well, that one there was like, then you have the 2605 that has 5 bedrooms, both bedrooms, and that one's at 160 square foot when we're at 164.
Again, when compared with the subject, that one adjusts out to 336. There's various, and you would have received all of this documentation, you know, all of the adjustments that are there. These are really good comps. They're 5 MB plus, 5 MB plus, 5 MB plus, 5 MB plus, 5 MB. Those are all class 5s. They're all within the subject neighborhoods area. They're all dry lots. And if there's a size difference, they're adjusted. If there's a size difference in the square footage, they're adjusted. Whether they have garages or porches or concrete or whatever, those elements are adjusted. And the warranted change, there is a warranted change of 339,768. 760.
That was not, I mean, we didn't have no adjustment, it was just flat point.
That's because you are the subject property.
Right.
Okay.
Everything gets adjusted to you because there's differences between those things and you. And you're the data point by which we're measuring all the others. So.
Okay, well, I understand that we never even got the price to be sold, the lowest offer we got for this house was 300,000, so that's why we didn't even sell it.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. You had it on the market for 371, I guess, and did not sell it. You had an offer at 300 and did not take it. There's a high that was not reached. There's a low that was not agreed to. We're in the middle at 3, and our equity value, we're at 339. We're somewhere right there. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay,
Where are
so
we at on the time?
she gets 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Wait, ma'am, I'm sorry.
You get 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, I just don't think that the house value is at 330 something, and I just don't understand why I'm being charged for a wall planting that was in the front, it's no longer there, and why I'm getting charged for that, and why I don't understand where in the world supposed to do there that concrete gets taxed. Sorry, get taxed, and then I get taxed for the open concrete floor that we could probably put a chair or lawn chair out there. That's open, and consider you have it as open porch.
Is there a deck there on that open porch? Is there anything there? Is there concrete or
No,
wood?
I mean, the concrete, just a flat piece of concrete that was there.
Okay, so there's something other than grass. Is that correct? You're talking to the right side, the back?
Yes.
Okay, then there's something other than grass there. Okay, that's all that it is. It's just an open area.
Okay, and then in the 142 square feet area that you taxing me on, you have it as a covered porch when it was not even a covered porch, it was just a wall that looked like it was a covered porch, and then the foundation on bottom of that part has been removed with dirt. So I don't know why I got taxed for that. The wall's not there, the dirt is there, but it's not a concrete. And that's the 142 square area
Is that the one to the back or the one to the front?
to the front. There's a porch, and then there's another area like they're calling it, they used to be. used as a
Sure, let's look at that.
Picture of the property
look at that.
aerial view.
Cindy, where are we on time?
She's got 8 seconds, so it's gonna go into the district closing. and then the protester closing, but,
Okay, all I would say, my protester closing, even if you took away the whole value of whatever she's talking about in the porch, which it's not, there's something there. You know, so there's a value in the front of, I guess that's the 142 square feet, 3,500. When you're looking at a median equity value, we've already adjusted for that because it was 344, we're gonna end up 339. So even if you took away the entire value of that, that would be, it'd be accounted for. I don't know, without looking at all the sketches of all the things, what this is, if this should be changed from PC to PO, I don't know, but is any of your front porch covered at all?
There's a section, a little section, which is 70 square feet.
70 square.
So maybe this, I don't know. Yeah, 7 by 10. I mean, we could we can adjust the sketch to just cut off that line, Eamon, you know what I'm talking about, just from there to there, and adjust that value. I mean, we can correct that. We can correct that.
Can you tell us what the value is after that then, please, sir?
Sure, I will sure do that.
Thank you.
So if I was concrete half of my yard, I'll be charged for that.
No, man, we just corrected your front porch area, just like what you just described. And make sure that we have the element on at 1977 for that porch. Eamon, effective year, don't put it on the bill. So the value was $3,510, and it is now
What the value of the whole property?
value of the porch.
The porch is $1,730.
There you go, ma'am. $1,730, $1,730.
And what was it before?
3510.
So does that adjust the price of it?
It doesn't adjust my equity grid at all. I mean,
It doesn't?
The equity
no,
changes.
because it's
bigger.
actually, the equity grid is even lower than that. It's even more of an, that's what I said before. It's even more of an adjustment than what it would have been.
Okay.
So if we adjust.
Wait,
We adjust it down to the equity grid, we will be lower than actually taking that into consideration.
Okay,
Where are we?
we're really kind of like, we're in our discussion, our 5-minute discussion.
Ask her if she has anything. I mean,
But
'cause
ma'am,
I've
did you have anything else that you wanted to add? You have 1 minute to close. Okay, so now we have our 5 minutes.
I didn't get mine.
District closing.
Well, I thought, okay,
No, I
so
was
do your
chasing-
1 minute
I was
closing.
chasing her issue down. I mean,
Okay,
I was
no,
trying.
that's fine. So do your 1 minute closing.
Okay, for the record, the property owner did not indicate that she knew that what she was doing by what she was checking. But in light of that, I presented a sales grid which supported market value and an equity grid that had a minor adjustment change from the 344 down to the 339. Having said that, furthermore, the subject property owner indicated an area that needed to be modified to the front porch. We've done so. I think the correct value should be the value that's presented in the equity grid of $339,768. Rounds to the nearest $10 increment, 760.
Okay. All right. So now we're in the 5 minutes for the appraisal review board for us to discuss and come up with our answer. I know.
I think we should go with the equity of 339,760. If we go by just taking their appraisal and deducting the 1,730, they're not, it's still not equitable with everybody in their neighborhood.
Right.
I agree.
Okay. So I make a motion based upon, Robert, did you?
I agree with that too.
Okay, Charlie?
Yeah.
Based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and from the property owner on property account number 20388, 1806 Baywood Drive, taking into consideration incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the median level. I believe we should change the value, the total value to $339,760.
I second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The final value is 339,760, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I'm gonna see if we have anybody else, because we have the 10 o'clock.
There's one more listed at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think there's maybe two.
Just one, bottom of page.
Top of page 3.
That was top of page 3, you did.
We just had those 3 for 10 o'clock.
Oh, top of page 3, yeah.
I agree.
You got one of them now.
I'm stepping away for a second.
You're what? Oh, yes, so are all of us.
I'll be back. What are you doing? What's your fun, man? We're almost done. We're almost done. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take you for a walk. How's that? Sound good?
Ramona?
Yeah,
Okay, so you need to,
The current schedule calls for us to get here at 9 o'clock on next Monday morning for Pritchett and Abbott.
yeah,
I'd like us to get here at 8:30 and use that time to resolve the business with the recording.
not a problem.
Okay, good, thank you.
Hmm.
I will make every effort to get here, Charlie, but I might be a few minutes late if I go for my blood draw. But I will make every effort to.
Ramona says she has no audio.
I just fixed it.
What recording? The other lady?
Yeah, the one that I even sent to you?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting a certificate as your assistant.
Oh, nice. Good. You're promoted. I stepped down and
It's just called, and it's after the 15 minutes. Is that on you?
What?
After 15 minutes, it's a done deal.
I don't know, because your clock was fast. Hold on, let me look at my cell phone. The clock in here was fast.
And it's pretty close. 23. What is there a time limit or something?
15 minutes.
Yeah, they have to call in by 15 after.
Oh. I don't know. You're here, so I'll
Listen, you're doing great for your first year.
And especially this year.
however you normally handle it.
Ramona,
Yeah,
we got a call in from 10 o'clock and past the 10:15.
okay. We're past 10:15.
What?
We're way past 10:15.
Yes. Don't do it?
Well, I mean, have they called in?
Yeah, but they called in.
They called in like two or 3 minutes ago now.
Might as well just do it and get it over with.
My thought is,
Do it and get it over with.
yeah, that is my thought.
Or you're setting a bad precedent. Just throwing that in there. Because as soon as you do this, then you're gonna, well, you let Mr. So-and-so.
Do we have a reason?
Could we
why
do
we
it
called
as a
2 minutes late?
No show?
Would he have the ability to reschedule?
Yes, for 4 days, they have their ability to ask for another hearing for good cause. And I'm looking at that.
Even the phone thing was on
Okay.
here.
A property owner, blah, blah, who fails to appear at the hearing is entitled to a new hearing if the property owner files not later than the fourth day after the date the hearing occurred, a written statement with the appraisal review board showing good cause for the failure to appear and requesting a new hearing.
But they are not a failure to appear because they have an affidavit on file that we were just about to read.
Right.
I am not opposed to listening to the whole subject. I'm just saying that you need to be careful.
And I agree, but I would still, my opinion, and it's just mine, and it's okay for us to all have differing opinions. My opinion is I would hear it.
So just for the record, they called in at about 10:20 or somewhere in that range,
Yeah.
which was about 5 minutes past because typically you go from 10 to 10:15. I think that's what the procedure is set forth.
Yeah.
I have a problem. Because we apply and then we hear it anyway.
And I'd rather just get it done now.
I would go ahead and do it now. I don't think we're changing precedent terribly by 5 minutes.
I would say, yeah, I would go ahead and finish. I understand Mike's rule.
Okay. It's not, it's y'all's rule.
Hey,
It's not
Ramona?
my procedure, it's y'all's procedure. I'm just
What?
saying that the next person calls in 10:19 and you left.
He said he tried to call in, but our phones are busy.
You have to be consistent.
That's all the.
So we're kind of thinking we may go ahead and do it. Are you okay with that?
I guess.
We've got the evidence uploaded into the Kendall, let's just,
We do now.
you have the phone number?
He's still on the line. I told
Yeah.
Josie just
Well,
to
just-
put him on hold, but we
Let's
didn't say yay or nay.
Can the ARB just make a decision?
I make a motion that we go ahead and hear
Then
case.
put him through and make sure one of the appraisers is back here to work this stuff.
Okay, this is case 5.
575.
Okay, I make a motion that we go ahead and hear case number 2020-575 for the Perkins on 150 Sunrise Drive.
Second,
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's do it.
They're gonna push it through. It's gonna start ringing, you need to. Thank you. Right.
Sure.
Account number, 66229.
Okay.
66229.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Meldonna Perkins?
No, it's Jackie James, her husband.
Okay, I'm
Yeah, I'm
passing
not the
you on to Charlie Powers, our chairman of the Appraisal Review Board.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bear with us just a little bit. We have some administration to go through before we get to the meat of the matter.
Okay,
Are you ready?
absolutely.
Can I, do we have the affidavit?
Yes.
Who signed the affidavit?
James did.
This hearing is being recorded.
Okay,
We're opening a hearing on protest 2020-575, account 66229. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Charlie Powers, Secretary Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and Ramona LeBlanc is also on the panel, and she's here via Zoom. Also at the table is Mike Soto, who represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. My assumption is that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
yes, correct.
Okay. I want to be sure of that because you can't add something in the middle.
Okay,
ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect. I am physically located in Texas.
Hold that thought, Ramona.
Okay, I said it and I didn't see Val.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need Val. We need Val to witness Ramona.
Okay.
You want me to say it all over again, Charlie?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I know, but when she gets there.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay,
Okay,
Ramona's
Ramona,
gonna
what
go.
else here?
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Valerie Smith. I am a notary public and I am witnessing the signature via Zoom. And I am physically located in Texas.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, correct.
And we will assume, James, that you're under oath for this procedure as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you hold a appraiser's license?
Do I own like, no,
No, you're not an appraiser.
no.
Okay. Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on the hearing procedures times document, which was page 5 of your package?
Yeah, I have all the pages here in front of me.
Okay, so you have the procedure times. You'll notice that one of them starts with protester presentation and the other column starts with district presentation. So you can go
Okay.
first, you can go first, or Mike can go first. Which would you choose to do?
Well, I just like to go first, just to, state my information why I don't think it's worth the 24K.
That's fine. You have 5 minutes to state your case.
I just need just maybe 20 seconds. Okay, so I bought that land back in 2007, it was undeveloped. At the time, I think it was appraised at 60, and then from there, it just kept going down and down and down. And to the point where it was worth very, very little. In that area, I think right now, there's maybe 3 houses, even in that area that we bought. We thought it would grow and do well, but it hasn't. And then the hurricane hit, and of course, more of a mess. So we've been stuck with this. We tried to sell it. The best offer we got was like $5,000 for the property. And I was just like, well, right now we're not paying much tax on it. We'll just hold it. Maybe eventually it'll turn around. And now it seems to be turning around, which I'm happy, but I still don't think it was praised, I think, last year for about 18, and now it's jumped to 24, and nothing really has changed in that development. And it's almost, I think, pretty close to a flood zone, unfortunately. So I'm just hoping that maybe we can reduce it a little less than 24. And that's pretty much all I have to say on that.
Okay, so now the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine.
I don't have anything for my cross-examine time. I'll just go straight into my presentation. The subject property is just like the property owners indicated. It's a dry lot on Sunset Bay. It's currently appraised at $24,000. If you'll look at the only thing under protest is market value. So that's the only thing we're going to present, and I believe that's the only thing the ARB should rule on. We have had some sales in that area, sir, this last cycle, and so I'm going to go over some of those. The subject is at 150 Sunrise. The first comp is at 160 Sunrise. It sold for $24,000. It's the exact same square footage as the subject property, and that was at the beginning of 19. At the end of 19, you could see another one sold for $40,000, and that's at 128 Dockside. That's just slightly, just a few hundred feet bigger than the subject property, but almost an identical size. And then you had another one that sold in April of this year for $55,000. And you can see that it's a little bit bigger than the subject property, but again, sold for more than twice as much this year at 111 Sunrise. And so those are the 3 sales that we used. We agree, like the property owner, that it started off high in there and then it kind of tanked off for a little while and it kind of plateaued out, and now it's starting to come back, and it's just the sales are indicating that the market value should be where it's at 24,000.
Can y'all tell us where this area is?
Sure. On our pictometry,
I mean, what is that?
Sunset Bay is out by Port Bay near 188.
Oh, okay.
Like you're going towards, San Antonio,
Yeah, to Taft.
Oh,
This is the subject.
that road.
That's my presentation time.
no, that was
My-
still your cross-examine,
Okay, so I get 3 more minutes.
at least.
Yeah, this is the subject right here, and this is in the evidence. This is the subject. There were sales along Sunrise and along Dockside right here, but they were dry sales. And
So that your comparison comparables, those were all dry? Okay.
And so again, 24, 40, and 55. Actually, if anything happens, 24 is probably on the low end. I mean, when you're looking, especially when you're looking at time element, the most recent sale, which didn't happen until like really late. I mean, we were just about to push values out the doors. April of 20 sold for 55,000. So they're all, you can see that they're just little slices of pies here. They're all different shapes, but they're all approximately that acre size, that 43,000 square foot size.
Okay, are you done?
That's all I have.
All right, sir, so now you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, yeah, there's not much cross-examining. I can't see a lot he's talking about, but ours isn't on the water. I'm not sure if those lots were water, had water views. There's a lot of lots right now. I looked like on the other day, and they're not selling. I don't know if those lots were bought unseen maybe by someone out of state, because, you know, you can make it sound attractive and they could buy, of course, that price. So I'm just saying, what I'm looking at, I think it went from 18 to 24 in 1 year. And I just think that was a little, you know, excessive to what I have there at Sunset Bay. And that's all I have.
Okay, so do you have any rebuttal?
No, I'm just, the only rebuttal I have, I'm not sure, you know, where those lots are and how they, you know, they may be the same size or a little bigger, but I'm not sure if the view is better of that little slip of water that's there or what. So it's hard to determine, you know, what lot was better for that price. So I really don't have any rebuttal because I can't see what he's pointing out.
Well,
You might point out.
all I would say to that is that the evidence was provided to both the ARB and the property owner. I can show the ARB if they would instruct me to point out the specific parcels that were used in the comparison, and we can generally describe them to you in relation to where they are in relation to your property. So the first account is so the subject property is right here. The first account is 66208. So 66208. It's closer by the road. That's the lowest of the sales at 24,000. So even if I were to make a comparison between those two, I'd rather have the back one that's not close to the road and all the high traffic going.
Because that's 188.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's not a waterfront lot.
That's not a waterfront lot. 128 Dockside is it's 66342. Again, this is a dry lot as well. It's approximately the same size as the subject property. The other property was, you know, like right over here. And so they have, it's not a waterfront property. It's approximately the same size. It sold for 40,000 in December. 40. The last one.
That has basically the same view
That's correct.
as the subject
As
property.
his does.
Right.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
The next one is 66241. Zoom out. This one, again, the subject property is right here. This was the first sale. This one's got some marshland in front of it. It sold for 55,000, but it's not waterfront either. You can't like.
It might have a waterfront view.
It has
Yeah.
a slightly better view, but it sold for twice as much. It sold for 55. So really the best, I mean, the two comparisons are the 24,000 and the 40. We have the subject property assessed at 24,000. That's all I have.
All right, so that was the district rebuttal. So, sir, you have 1 minute for your closing.
Okay, yeah, just like I said, it sounds like some of those may be comparable to mine. Like I said, I just tried selling it and I didn't even get an offer even close to that. I got very low ball. The other question was, the other thing I have is just a question. What is the allowed percentage each year to increase on the property value in that county? I'm just curious.
There's a state law that most people get in their minds. It's called a 10% increase, but it's on a homesteaded property. So it has to do with homesteaded properties within the state of Texas. And it's not market value, it's the appraised value associated with that. So that's probably what you're thinking. This is a vacant lot, so none of that would apply.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, that's all I had. I'll just leave it to you to make your decision, okay?
All right, okay, and so
Hold on.
now the district has 1 minute for closing.
The only thing under process is market value. You can clearly see that of the three comps, we looked at those and their comparability with the subject property. If anything, the property is underappraised. You know, the $24,000 lot that sold was nearer the road. The one that was most congruent is a $40,000 lot that's more in the back. The 55 has probably a better view, but it's marsh, you know, there's a marshy area in front of that. It's not really waterfront. So of the two, the $40,000 seems the most appropriate. Yeah, so it's probably underappraised at the 24.
Okay, and now, sir, the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss amongst ourselves and come up with our answer as far as on your hearing, okay? So stay on the phone.
Okay, thanks.
Hang in there.
Stay there.
Will do. Okay, thanks.
I think the district's proved that the market value is correct.
Yeah, even if you take the 55 out, it's still
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if you take the 55 out,
still.
the other properties are still higher than
Yeah.
his. So I think they've been very fair. I also, just to be sure that everybody, property owner understands, you did receive the evidence in a packet, right? Where you saw, and you had those addresses?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because I mean, and I just wanted to make sure because here, everything that we discuss and look at is available for you to view. And that was in the instructions also. And what we saw, out of the comparables, they were all extreme. I mean, like, they were just like your property, okay? Except for one, which was the value on it was 55,000. But we threw, you know, even if you threw that one out, you're still at 24,000, which is the same as one of the other lowest comparables, okay?
Okay.
All right, so anyway, based upon what we heard today and saw from the district and from the property owner, and I believe it does address the incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion that we leave the property at the 2020 value of 24,000.
Second.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and that would be it for the 10 o'clock. The other, I can go make sure that the other 10 o'clock did not have an affidavit that we have to read.
Just to be clear, Charlie, if you wanted to discuss the tape recording Monday morning, we can't do that today because it's
I haven't
been
finished listening to it.
scheduled.
And the schedule.
Kind of scheduled, okay.
I haven't listened to it and I will be here this afternoon.
And then the schedule.
You won't be here this afternoon?
No.
Ramona,
What?
will you be here this, I know, but I need to not be here. Will you be here this afternoon?
Yes,
Okay, good.
you're off tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, but,
There's only, what time, there's only
But-
2 hearings this afternoon.
wait, how many of us have to be here?
3,
Including or not including you?
including me. 3.
So you, Ramona, and Robert equals 3.
Yes.
Okay. Because Ramona, you're right. Tomorrow I definitely can't be here, but this afternoon I can't be here, and so there you go.
All righty.
Fortunately, there's only 2 hearings today, so it's not so bad.
Yeah, it's only 2 this afternoon,
And one of them.
I know, I saw it.
and one.
I was watching.
One of them's an affidavit with no phone. There's only one phone in.
Oh, shoot, that'll be so easy, Ramona.
Yeah.
So we just consider the evidence without
But we-
the taxpayer input, other than the paperwork.
Just paperwork. But we are due back here at 1:15 because Mike had something that he needed for us to approve.
At one,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, well, I can come for that. That's not a problem.
You can all throw me in later. Whatever it is.
Yes.
Free to go to lunch?
I don't know.
Waiting on one other thing, to see if there's somebody, I didn't think there was anywhere to call, but.
I bet, Eamon, do you know how to make zip files open if they're not open when you get them?
Just double click on it.
You don't have a Mac, do you?
I do, yeah.
Can I bring my Mac with me one of these days? And just, because I got a zip file and I've even done YouTube, Googled it and all, and I can't make it open, but it definitely could be user error.
Who'd you get it from?
Beth is gonna take all of your.
Ha, you know it is.
Ramona, be nice. Being recorded, Ramona. So
I know.
Santa is hearing you.
So we're just signing a notary book, just in case Beth needs to come and do the paperwork for us. And she'll get Ramona as soon as Ramona can come in.
Huh?
You have to come
We
in,
have
Ramona.
Beth Picarazzi that's gonna be, yeah, we're done for the morning. We have Beth Picarazzi, who's a notary as well, and she may be doing some of the paperwork for the future hearings. And so she's having everybody sign in her notary book so that she can do all that stuff. Just at a point, any point that you can come in and get her to sign, she can get you to sign her book, that would be good, Ramona.
All righty.
Or she's gonna be there later, I can go pick up the affidavit and.
Yeah, that's a good point. Beth will actually pick up the affidavit forms from you and she'll have you,
Just sign it.
she'll sign your book, you'll sign her book at that point.
You're awesome.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, one
For you, right?
But you've been really helpful.
He put on there, because you had something that needed to be.
Just go on.
Oh, supplemental appraisal, like the ARB submission, yes. We had a mineral import, and I'm gonna present those records.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I guess Eamon's telling me go.
Yeah,
What? Wait, what?
1:15.
I guess Eamon's telling me to go.
No,
Oh, we blacked her out.
We're trying to.
wait, but it's just to do the roll,
The roll submission,
so I don't have to come back.
we need a quorum.
But Ramona and him and her, and three,
Robert.
Charlie, Ramona.
Charlie, Ramona, and Robert make 3.
Yeah, you don't have to appear this afternoon if you don't. Sydney's going to not be here this afternoon. She, okay, so we'll have 3 members. We'll have Ramona, we'll have Robert, and we'll have Charlie. Yep, it'll be fine. It'll be good.
It's just a roll submission.
It's a roll submission and we have 2 possible hearings, so at 1:30.
Yeah.
1:15 is the time.
Okay, see you then.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Bye. See y'all later.
Hey, Ramona.
Hey,
Okay. We're rocking.
Yes, I'll put Ramona up here since having a little meeting. Hearing hearings, or is this a meeting?
Just a meeting.
Okay.
This part right here.
Okay, we're opening a meeting on the appraisal review board to hear two mineral submissions.
That's correct.
It's 1:15 on June 17th. We have a quorum, and it consists of Robert Dayton here at the table, myself at the table, and Ramona LeBlanc on Zoom.
Yes, just in an air of just being open with the with both the appraisal review board and just the appraisal record in general, like to just summarize what we're doing. We had a submission earlier. I think that was due. Was it the 20th? When was that, Val? It was like
May 15th.
May
is
15th
when-
was with the submission date. So prior to May 15th, or actually maybe on May 15th, we submitted the records. Meaning these were the records that we had in our possession at that time, making a diligent inquiry to ascertain all property in the county. From that time to this time, in our mineral properties specifically, we had another mineral import. Now, you would ask, why would you have another mineral import? Well, because of COVID, these renditions came in later as requested and provided by in the law in the Texas tax code. So we're just giving you the records of what they were before and what they are after. In all cases in which a property owner would have had a value in which they were noticed, and now they have a new notice that's higher, Pritchard Abbott would have notified those property owners. So I would like to present, and these are in your records here, but I would like to present these two to you. This is the before at 8:54 a.m. That's the before, and the after is at 9:56 after the second import. I will just, again, this is the summary of mineral properties. The count went from, on personal property, went from 190 down to 189. The count on mineral properties went from 1335 to 1336 to 1335. So in both cases, one dropped. The overall market value went from 58,967,330 to 57,053,090. So nothing of any substance. I mean, substantially changed. So I am going to submit this to you. I, Michael Soto, Chief Appraiser for the Aransas County Appraisal District, solemnly swear and have made or caused to be made a diligent inquiry to ascertain all property in the district, subject to the appraisal by me, and I have included in the record all property that I'm aware of as appraised value determined as required by the law. Having said that, I just want to make clear that the only thing that's changed is the mineral values by second submission. I'm signing to that effect. And Charlie will sign. Here you go, Val. Sorry.
And also, when you were asking about the date, I'm sorry, I answered as to the May 15th, but we did do May 20th is when the board actually.
Oh, yeah, it was May 20th. I thought it was May 20th. Yeah. May 20th was the date of the original ARB submission.
Yes.
And for the record, Charlie signed the acceptance of that ARB submission. And that's it.
Okay. You should adjourn this one, right?
This is closed. Yeah, this point.
Yeah. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn this special meeting.
Second?
oh, I second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, we are adjourned.
So just a little while, we'll open up those other, when they call in, we'll open up the cases. So.
Now, one of them is listed as an affidavit, it isn't even listed as a call.
Says I do not intend to appear at the hearing. Oh. Don't cut me off.
Are you there, Ramona?
I am now.
Okay, sorry, that was my fault.
Cut me off. Technical difficulties.
Yes, one of these is an affidavit. Typically in the past, Robert, the ARB has given preference to, if somebody calls in.
Right.
And then the affidavits are at the end, when available, basically filling in the dead spots of a docket, so. We'll wait for the call in. Right. They will let us know just as soon as that person either calls in or doesn't.
you still want me?
Yeah, it's gonna be probably just a little bit because that wasn't him on the phone.
Just push him back there.
Okay.
Okay, we got more on the line.
Great.
So let's get stuff rocking.
Peter Moore.
Yes, we got him on the line, Ramona, so he'll be
Okay.
on it.
Is Ben hearing you like?
Yeah, I told her to get this stuff together and start on. Or maybe she thinks she's looking for something and it's all back here.
Well, regardless, it's okay. We got enough.
Sorry. Hello,
It's me, I agree over it.
we are ready.
Okay.
Mr. Moore. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, this is Charlie Powers, the Appraisal Review Board. We have some, Charlie Powers. We have some administration to go through before we get started, so just bear with us for just a minute. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-498, account 8819942. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board, will be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Robert Dayton, and by Zoom is Ramona LeBlanc. Also at the table is Mike Soto, representing the district. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. We certainly encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Peter, I assume that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
No, sir, I wasn't sure how to submit the evidence, so all you have is my affidavit.
What other evidence do you have?
Well, I have a little report that was recently sent to me, and just some pictures and stuff, and basically we can use your satellite imaging to make my argument with that versus the pictures, because you can see on your satellite imaging what I can describe to you.
On
Pictures.
So the satellite image that was, and this is Mike Soto, sir, just a question. I just wanted to be sure, it's the satellite image that was provided in my evidence package?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
It's one with all the grids on it, sir?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Okay. ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'll begin by, I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
And I'm Valerie Smith. I'm the notary that is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I am physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Peter, our assumption is that since you signed the affidavit, you are under oath for the duration of this hearing. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Peter, do you have in front of you, or can you pull up the hearing procedure times? It was about page 5 of the package that we were saying. It's a chart with some times on it.
Chart with some times on it, sir?
Yes, it's titled hearing procedure times.
43 I'm not sure I have the two parts.
Okay, well, we'll walk you through it. There are certain times specified for presentation, cross-examination, and rebuttal, and we'll walk you through it one step at a time. Do you have an appraiser's license?
No.
Okay. One of the things that's on the hearing procedure times is that you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first. What would you like to do? Okay, Michael?
Yes, the subject property is at 447 Fuqua Street. It's in the Downey Mathis subdivision, Lot 8, Block 148. Currently have a valuation on the subject property of $254,840. The subject property is a 4 FB house built in 2015. And you can see the two things under protest are number 1 and 2, which is incorrect appraised market value. Actually, number 2 is the only one that's checked. I'm sorry about that. Which is the median level appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal. So we're going to present that information on your comp equity grid. So the subject is at 447 Fuqua Street. You can see that on the comp equity grid, comp number 1 is 919 Fuqua Street. it's assessed at $240,490. When adjusted, in looking at all the elements that are different than the subject property, it has an appraised value or an indicated value of $255,168. The next one is in 604 South Cassuth Street, and it is appraised at $235,970. When compared with the subject property, it has an indicated value of $249,320. Looking at comp number 3, this is 920 South Fern, has a value of $237,740. Also 4FB, just like the subject. When compared with the subject property and looking at all the elements, has an indicated value of $258,009. And then looking at 421 South Cassuth Street, you're looking at that property when compared with the subject. It's originally 217, but it has an indicated value of 251,993. When looking at all of those values, the median equity value actually comes out to 253,580. When compared with the subject property is currently appraised at 254,000. I lost it here.
840.
840. 254,840. You can see that there's an ever so slight warranted change of about $1,000 or somewhere in that range. What is it? 54, 840, 13, almost $1,300, something like that. I do want to point out for the record, the protest only had median level selected for the protest form. And this was an online protest, so that was the only thing that was indicated was the equity or appraisal ratio median value. I do note that there is a difference in the property owner's affidavit of evidence, but this board has been made aware that the protest form is the one that we deal with. That's all I have for my evidence.
Okay, Mr. Perkins, or excuse me, Peter, you now have, two minutes for cross-examination.
When you say, sir, the indicated value, is that the indicated value that the appraisal district put on these properties this year?
No, it's the value that the appraisal district put on. So if you're looking at the comp equity grid number 1, so the value that it's on the roll for comp number 1 at the notice period time was $240,490. It looks at all the differences between your property and that property, and it makes adjustments associated with that. And so it will make adjustments up and down, minuses and pluses, whether you have garages or porches or anything like that, and then it gives an indicated value at the bottom. So a really good example is comp number 2. You notice that yours is a 2015, and that's a 2007. It gives an adjustment for the age. Then secondarily, you've got 1988 square feet, and that subject on comp number 2 only has 1887, so it makes an adjustment there. It looks at the porches and garages, like that particular one does not have a garage, and you do, and it makes an adjustment there. Actually, no, it does have a garage, so it's their garage is actually bigger, so it makes an adjustment there with the negative. It looks at the land element, it looks at everything, and then it kicks out an indicated value. Did that explain it for you, sir?
Yes, sir. So but these are not sell prices, sir. These are what the appraisal district thinks that the value of these homes are, correct?
These are the values at the top are the values that were noticed for those comps. That is correct. The indicated values are the adjustments in comparison to your property.
Okay. Well, so are you aware that the property 1, 2, 3, 4 doors to my north of me recently sold for $203,000?
No, I'm not aware of that, but market value was not indicated as an area of protest for for your appeal?
Well, it should have been. If it wasn't, then it was an oversight on my part. Not knowing exactly what, not being a legal scholar, I assumed that I clicked on the right one. So it should have been the fact that one, the property to my, 4 doors to my right, sold for 203. And if the appraisal board is looking at the grid map, I don't know if they have that in front of them or not. It's one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this. When you look across the street from my home, which none of these other homes that you're using as comparables, have to, one, look at the city is not doing a good job of leasing or trying to take control of the gentleman's property east of my property. According to your photograph, you can see that there's several vehicles that are parked there. You've got, it's like a junkyard. He has no privacy fence, no consideration for the neighborhood whatsoever. He also owns the octagon looking building to the far right of my building. And there he's got equipment just scattered everywhere. He takes this whole block area here, 1 block area, and just makes his own junkyard and dumping yard. And that's something that my neighbor recently tried to sell her house. And that was one of the issues that she was having with potential buyers, was when they stood in the front yard in the driveway, looked across the street, they see this sizable junkyard. This gentleman has been allowed by the city to, or code enforcement, or their lack of, to enforce it and to try to have it police this area to where it was more appealing, not only to the people driving down 35, but also residents that really to this west. So, the other comps, I think their neighborhoods are a little more desirable than mine. I'm also, have no noise variation between 35 and my property. Again, because of, there's no barrier there, you can see it's hard. And, so the noise from 35 is very loud, and there's nothing to break up, no trees, no fence, no nothing to separate that noise from my yard or from my house. And again, going back to the Zillow report, sir, I get a Zillow report, and I can photograph it or scan it and email it to you, and I apologize I didn't do that before. But this report just says property values.
No, I'm sorry, sir, but you had to have that evidence in before the beginning of the hearing.
Okay, but I can still talk about it, though, can I?
Yes. Yep.
So, and again, this is Bill, this isn't me, but it's market value reports for 78382, which is the zip code that I live in, and most of us do. The median home value is 228,300. The median value 1 year ago, 223,324. 1 year forecasted value decrease was 2.5% increase. And 795 homes were sold, and 12 homes recently sold. So, and they're saying that the median value of homes in this zip code is 228,300. And they obviously Zillow, I'm sure all the board members are familiar with Zillow. They monitor sales just like anybody else, and they issue reports based off of that. So again, I apologize that I did not get that over to you in time. So I just don't agree with the $41,000 1 year increase in the valuation of my home, given that the economy and Aransas past still hasn't recovered from the hurricane.
Okay, you got a little bit of time left. If you want to keep going, or if you're done, just let us know.
Nah, I think I've said, I think I've said my piece. I mean, again, I apologize that I didn't submit the evidence and ahead of the hearing, and also if I didn't do the check the right box on my field, that was no shot on my part as well.
Yeah. District cross-examine. On the cross-examine time, I just want to present this information just to make sure that I'm covered in light of his comment that he intended to check the first box. But again, I can only go with what we have in front of us. But from the comp sales that we have presented, we have a median value that's indicated at 257. The 257 supports the valuation of the 254. These are sales all in that Manning Market South area, in that same general area. So he's on Fuqua, this one's on Kasuth, this one's on Fuqua, and this one's on James. So, and they're all class 4 and 5 recent sales. And then you compare that to the subject, both for square footage, class, size of the lot, what they have in regard to, you know, if they have a garage or they don't have a garage, or if they have porches or whatever. And the indicated value is 257. For the cross-exam, continuing on the cross-exam side, you indicated that there was one sale somewhere, and forgive me, can you help me understand where that was, or the address of it?
It's right here, Mike.
I believe the address, sir, is 419 South Fuqua. It's 4 doors to the north on your grid sheet.
Okay.
To my north.
Okay, and you said it sold for 200,000? 203?
Yeah.
Go to indicated, go to this images, I want to see. Deed of trust. Yeah, that's the 203 may or may not. I mean, I'm not disputing what you're saying, sir. We just have a deed of trust document. We do have, yeah, we don't have anything else. But having said that, I mean, there's no problem in looking at the differences between that and yours, for sure. Let me see the improvements there. It's a lot older than yours. It's a 1987 house. It's a little bit bigger than yours. They're both 4FBs.
What is 4FB?
Fiberboard hardy plank house. You have a hardy plank house. 4, we have classes from 1 to 7. 1 is a poor home, 7 is an excellent home, and then 4 would be right in the middle as an average home. So yeah, in light of even your information, that's a much older home than yours. The sales and the equity that I provided are houses that are much more congruent with an effective age that's closer to yours. 3 of them are very close to the age. All right, that was the district cross-examination. In my rebuttal, there's 2 more minutes for my rebuttal, and then you get 2 minutes for rebuttal, sir. Hang on. In my rebuttal, what I would say is the only thing that we have indicated is appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal. I have 4 comps that I've presented in my comp equity grid. The subject is a 4FB plus. I used other 4FB pluses. You can see every comp is a 4FB plus. I was in the area of Manning Market South, which is the generalized area that experienced some change. I use properties with an effective age that's very similar to the subject within 8 years of the subject. The square footage is in question. He's got 1988. The subject has 1988. The comps have 2044. Let's see, the other one is 18. Kindle wigged out on me. Hang on.
Mine did too.
sorry. The comp equity grid, the second one on Cassuth Street is 1887 square feet. The third one, comp 3, is 2112. And then the last one is 1920. So you can see that I picked 4 FBs in the same general classification, in the same size range, in the same effective year range. And the indicated value does warrant a change, but it's very small, 253,580. And that's what I have for my rebuttal. And then he gets 2 minutes.
Peter, you get 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, sir, number 2, I think maybe it's on the first page. You have 2 lots there, and it also looks, and you have the 5. I think you made some adjustments there, but you still only come out with a valuation of 2.2 when the gentleman has 2 lots and a 5 FB, and I've got 1 lot, I'm a 4 FB.
Which grid are you looking at, sir?
I'm looking at your comp sheet.
Comp sales.
Comp number 2 on 907 South Cuba Street.
Again, I presented some evidence for the sales appraisal value, but again, that was not protested. But I'd be glad to talk about it. So, so that's a 5 FB plus. There's the difference between a 4 FB plus and a 5 FB plus. There's a negative $34,772 adjustment. But it's smaller than yours too. So there's a positive adjustment in the MA. When you look at that adjustment, it's 242,000. That's correct. The indicated value. I'm sorry?
Yeah. Does it look at the junkyard?
I'd have to look. It's on Fuqua, but it looks like it's 5 blocks one direction or the other. It looks like it's 5 blocks south. Would you like me to look at that for you? Okay, with the board's permission, I'd be glad to look at that particular property. Again, it's sold for $290. It's not assessed at, it's sold for $290. So yours is at $254. So there is a difference. Actually, yes. It's right in front of. Okay. The answer to your question is yes, kind of. It's right in front of a rental center that has equipment and campers and other.
Right, but in my defense, sir, that gentleman built that house knowing that, or that individual bought that house knowing that stuff was there. When I built my house in 2015, none of this stuff in front of me was there. None of it. And if you want to, and I'm sure you can look at your record.
Yeah.
So
thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. You asked me a question and I answered it, sir. You asked me if there was junk in front of it, and I answered in the affirmative.
Right. But again, that individual bought that property knowing that. But, my argument is that the county,
Thank you.
the city, or both, have allowed my neighborhood, my immediate neighborhood, to deteriorate by allowing this gentleman to operate a junkyard in front of it. That junkyard was not present when I built this house and bought the land. But over the years, he has been allowed to do whatever he wants to with that property with no oversight whatsoever, as far as I'm aware of, from the city or the county.
Yeah, we're not the controlling arm of enforcement at the county level for any kind of we're just not we're not that enforcement arm.
I understand.
Yeah, your question, but again, your question to me was, is there junk across that other house? And the answer is yes. There's a rental center with 80 plus trailers and yeah, he was fully aware of market conditions at the time.
That's correct. But I was not. Again, I was, I built my house. It wasn't like I built my house next to the airport. Said, oh, you put an airport here. I built my house in a decent neighborhood, or, you know, but since I've lived here, again, the gentleman has been allowed to run amok with his property and with no oversight at all from the city or the county. And, you know, and I'm a taxpayer just like he is, and so are all my neighbors. And, you know, we're having.
Sir, you're out of time here. Now the district has 1 minute to close, and then you'll have 1 minute to close.
In closing, what I'd like to say is that the subject property's protest was on median level of appraisal. It has to do with the equity. I've provided 4 comps in the immediate market area of the subject property. Those are all 4 FBs, just like the subject. They're all within the same effective year range. They're all within the same square footage range. The appropriate adjustments are made, and the indicated median equity value is $253,580. There is a warranted change, ever be it so small, but that's what I have.
Here's 1 minute.
I have no further comment.
Okay, so the Arbitration Review Board will have 5 minutes then to discuss your case. Please stay on the line. And
Okay, Ramona, what do you think?
Well, the district has shown that he's being treated equitably with all of the people around. It does warrant coming down a little bit. Unfortunately, we can't take care of the property in front of him. We just don't have that in us to do that. All I could say is I would keep on the city to get after him, and on the county too as well. I drive by that often. I see it.
yeah. Robert? I agree. I think there's a slight adjustment.
To bring it in line with the median.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Sure. I make a motion on property number or account number 8819942, case number 2020-498, that the property, we will lower the value to the equitable, to make it equitable with the surrounding properties to $253,580, and that will make him with the properties around him.
Second?
I'll second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. You were
Okay, so what'd you say my the process for appeal was?
You'll get the instructions for that in the package when you receive the notification from this hearing.
All right, very good, appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just pick it up. There you go.
Another.
Yeah, we're all good. We have.
That was
what?
That was Skip.
Oh.
The reason I held it up so you could see I wasn't.
Okay. You weren't taking it from your wife.
No, it was Skip. On the question that we had for him the other day.
Good.
About the agenda.
Okay.
He said, if we have an item for the agenda that follows the hearing, blocks the hearing. So you do those the way you always did. But if we have one that follows it, we don't have to put a time on it. We can say, just following the last hearing.
Okay.
And that's sufficient.
Excellent. Sounds great.
Great.
We will do
I
that.
like that.
We'll do an.
I like that.
We have one more affidavit that we'll read into the record.
Usually can this out.
Yeah. I am.
And then normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, you know, I don't know who we talked to this morning, it was just that or two, that we're coming in at 8:30 on the
Monday?
Monday,
Yeah.
Monday.
deal with the
Other question?
recording thing, the issue around the, yes.
Yes, everybody's listened to the recording and they're gonna render, the board's gonna come to some decision.
Yes.
Good.
And it'll be, we'll do it during that half hour before the church at night.
Sounds wonderful.
Okay.
We'll do that.
What's the next account, guys?
It is account number 30204.
You all set back there?
Oh, yeah, Charlie, I'm ready to go when you are.
Okay. In that case, we're opening hearing on protest number 2020-214, account 30204. This is by affidavit. So we will go with the board members who are considering the protest, have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavit to that effect. I will begin. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
And I'm Valerie Smith, and I am notarizing the signature by Ms. LeBlanc, and I am also physically located in Texas.
Okay, this is an affidavit, so Michael will swear in and then read the affidavit into the record.
Certainly. My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And at this point, I'd like all the ARB members to follow along as I read the affidavit that was presented by the property owner agent, dated on June 15th, received. Stanley Jones, P.O. Box, 75276, Houston, Texas, Palm Harbor, Unit 1, Block 1, Lot 21, account number 30204. Values over market value, values compared with other properties. Please see list of evidence attached as described briefly in its contents, packet 1. The packet 1 indicates, give any other statement or facts that may help resolve your case. Dear Appraisal Review Board, on the basis of unequal appraisal in accordance with the Texas Property Code 42.36-3, we found 5 that are similarly situated that are of the same general kind and character that suggest the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend a value of $170,811. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the appeal summary in your packet, or last year's value of $155,250. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Most respectfully, Jason Mullen. I do not intend to appear at the hearing in Texas in County of Aransas. Jason Mullen appear before the Notary Public Amanin, Maine. Account history, 30204 Jones Stanley, 214 Starboard, Rockport, Texas. It's the mailing address is P.O. Box 75276, Houston, Texas 77234. Palm Harbor, Unit 1, Block 1, Lot 21. Land use code, it says 3SS plus. Land use description 3SS plus dash 3SS plus. Now, I'm just going to read this. I'm just reading the information. Land area is 7,500 square feet. Gross area is 1,224 square feet. NRA is 1224. Building class is 3SS plus. Grade 3SS plus. Economic area is SAR. Key map NA, year built 1972. It has the indicated values of prelim land value of 127,500. Prelim improvement is 62,510. The prelim market is 190,010. And then the 2019 value that's indicated, you can see the differences. The land was the same, 127,500. The value for the structure or the improvement is 54,000. And the value 54,350 for 181,850. It says final land 127, final improvement 27,750, and it has an indicated value of 155,250.
Can I ask a question, Mike?
Yes.
You've got these numbers off your appraisal district site, or are these somebody else's numbers?
With permission, I'd like to research that. So go into the account and let me see if there was a board decision.
Yeah, it looks like.
Go
This
into a roll history. Just go to roll history. So in 2018, there was a decision, or that the value was reduced. The improvement value in 17 was 56,070, or I'm sorry, 56,610. And then in 18, it went to 27,750, and that held for 2 years. And then that looks like that adjustment came out. Go to ARB inquiry. Yes, there was a protest in 19, and it looked like there was an ARB assigned market value of the 155.
Okay, so these are probably coming off your records.
That's
Okay,
correct.
just
Okay.
want to verify that.
Yep. So continuing on, the next page is the 2020 opinion of value. And you can see that their opinion of value is they got 7,500 square feet land, 1,224 square feet building area, class 3 SS plus, built in 1972. The CAD's preliminary market value is 190,010. The opinion of values subscribed by the property owner's agent is 170811. It's an opinion of value based on equal and uniform approach. The values reflect a reduced land value of 112,500. The next page actually has the uniform and equal tax comparable property analysis adjusted. It gives Shell Ridge Road, Port Avenue, Starboard Avenue. I'm sorry, let me read these off. 2501 Shell Ridge Road. And the first one is the subject. Let me start over. The first one is the subject is 214 Starboard Avenue. It gives the account number. It gives the improvement type, which gives basically the year built, and the improvement type, which is the class. It does the neighborhood, which is, and the grade, which is the class again. On the next column, it gives the square footage for the improvement. On the next column, it gives the distance. And then in the next column, it gives the improvement value. And the next column, it gives the improvement value per square foot. And then the next column is an improvement value dollar per square foot adjusted. The analysis that's provided includes 5 comps, A, B, C, and D. They are 2501 Shell Ridge Road, 137 Port Avenue, 252 Starboard Road, 234 Starboard Avenue, 237 Starboard Avenue. They have the applicable year builds. They have the applicable classes. They have an extra value distance modifier. They have the improvement value that's indicated for each one of those. They have the improvement price per square foot. Then they have a median adjusted uniform and equal improvement dollar per square foot. The subject uniform in equal improvement value median improvement square foot. That's indicated at 58,311. Then they talk about the subject land value at 112,500 for a total value of 170,811. On the next page, you have again, the 5 comps that were previously mentioned, A, B, C, and D. They talk about the improvement price per square foot. They talk about the class improvement adjustment, class adjustment, age adjustment, NA adjustment, improvement adjustment per square foot, improvement ratio, and adjusted market value. On the next page, they give the location of said properties, A, B, C, and D. On the next is a median land value, price per square foot, recommended value at median value. So they give $15 a square foot. The value, there's, let's see, land value at $127,500 is at $17. The median land price per square foot that they give is $15. And here are the land map details of land price per square foot. They give the account numbers. They give the addresses. They give the distances from the subject. They give the price square footage. They give the land value, and then they give the appropriate land price per square foot. It comes to a median land price per square foot of $15, or that's the calculation at the bottom, for 112,500. The last page is the facts cover sheet by Trey Mendiola, and that concludes the property owner's affidavit of evidence.
Let me look at this from 10,000 feet. This is a land discussion.
I think it's both, but yes. I think in the summary where they put the evidence, Tier Appraisal Review Board on the basis of unequal appraisal of the state comptroller, we found 5 that are situated similarly, that are the same general kind of character that suggest the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend a value of 170,811. Please turn your attention to the equal and uniform appeal in your summary packet or last year's value. And then, yeah, the biggest modifier change would be the 112.
112.
And yet I'm looking at, they have a lot of land that they have is comparable, but this house is on Starboard Avenue, right?
This is at 214 Starboard.
Okay. If you look at the land values that they give for Starboard, they're all around 128,800, except for 203. Why that one would be so much, be less, but that's 109. But the rest are 128,800, which is very much in line and slightly ahead of the 127,500 that you have in your.
Well, I think we need to let Mike give all his information on the district side.
Right. On my cross-examine side, I'm going to look at some of the aforementioned land map details. Specifically, I'm going to address the land. This is my cross-examination time. Let's see. That was protester district presentation. Okay, gotcha. So, so I'm going down the list here, and you can see that 17 is the number that we have. So it looks like the 206 Starboard Avenue, and then we get to the Palms and the Ports. Those appear to be at $16. These $5 in the middle, those are different. Those are a different animal. So if again, in my cross time, just so I can bring reference to it, I'm using his information just to cross-examine and rebut. 30243, if you can pull that up, that's the subject property. So that's a dry lot. So all I would say in regard to that is the properties that basically have a $5 land price per square foot are dry lots. They should not be considered because they're not like the subject property. Having said that, let's continue on to other waterfront lots. It looks like he's presented information that indicates that there's a whole bunch of value, you know, with most of these. Let's look at, again, this is his information. He is at 214 Starboard. Let's just go, and I assume that one of these, like 213 or 215, is going to be across the canal, Starboard, or no, it's going to be on that same thing. Let's just look at one of that's, and this is his information. It's either 30301 or 30302. Yeah, those are right across the road. And can I confirm the price per square foot there? I'm going to go into
your evidence.
Yeah, I'd like to use some of my rebuttal time here before I go into my evidence. So you can mark off 2 minutes for my rebuttal time.
17. 30201 is at 17.
Okay, can you go into the general right there? Go into market value again. 127,500. Okay, so for the record, let's see, 30301 is the same.
$17 a square foot.
It's $17 a square foot at 100, and I want to make sure
127.5.
It's 127,500, and the square footage. Just go back into that land.
That's nearly the same, isn't it?
The difference here is that, and again, I'm using this as my rebuttal time, but my point to this is it's not, as the property owner's agent has provided, the land square footage is not 8050, it's actually 7,500. So it's just like the subject property, and it's appraised exactly like the subject property.
Right.
27,500.
There's a range.
Okay.
There's a range. So it could intermingled in there.
Okay.
You can see the range right here. I mean,
yeah, and there's economies of size and scale for those.
1870. So I mean,
yeah. But that particular one that he pointed out was 75. Go back to the.
No, it's 16. The one that he pointed out.
It's
30301. I couldn't see it, but I see it now. It's 30301. I had to zoom in. I had it at 30201.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've been corrected.
I didn't have that. I couldn't see it.
So it is 8050, but it's on the same land table, and there are land breaks for that.
Yeah.
But the ones that are at his square footage are at his price per square foot. Okay.
Yes.
So with that, I'm going to present my information. Now I'm in my 5 minutes. Subject property is at 30204, 214 Starboard. It's a 3SS plus. It's a 1972 construction. It's waterfront. Currently has a valuation of 127,500. The comp sales are the two things that are protest are market value and unequal appraisal. Exceeds the median level. So on my comp sales, what we have is 214 Starboard. The very first comp, which is relevant to the subject, sold just a few doors down at 210, maybe even right next door, 210 Starboard Avenue. Sold for $265,000 this last year. When compared with the subject property, indicates an indicated value of $231,145. Again, I don't know if it's right next door or 2 doors down, but it's really close. The other one is on Port Avenue, comp number 2, sold for $259,470. Again, that's on Port Avenue. When you compare it with the subject, produces a value of $200,891. The next comp number 3, has an indicated value, a sales price, I'm sorry, of $305,970. Was a 4SS. Has an indicated value when compared with the subject of $228,425. When you look at the median value of just a few comp sales that were produced in the subject property owner's neighborhood, 2 of them are on the same street and 1 is 1 street over. One very first comp is just a few doors down. If they are bigger or better than the subject, so let's look at comp 1 just for an example. It's better than the subject because it's a 4FB rather than a 3SS. It's got a better effective age than the subject, but in both of those cases, there's minuses. There's a $19,000 minus adjustment and a $14,000 effective age adjustment. It's also bigger than the subject on that main floor. And there's a minus adjustment there, but it does not have a second floor like the subject. So there's an adjustment there. That comp is 231. From the sales comparison approach, it appears that the market value is supported. Moving forward to the comp equity, we use strictly 3SSs within the same subject's property that had the exact same land table as the subject property. There's one on comp number 4 that does not, but the first 3 actually have on that same land table that's a waterfront table. So we're trying to use 3SSs in the same size range. The subject has a total of 1,224 square feet. When you look at comp 1, it had 1,356. Comp 2 had 008. Comp 3 had 1,440. And comp 4 had 942 square feet. It looks at all the land adjustments. It looks at the adjustments for the effective ages involved. And then it renders a median indicated value at the bottom of 191,619. Again, this is looking at what other properties are currently appraised for in that same neighborhood. So if you're looking at 214 and then you look at 234, they're both class 3 SS pluses. They both have the exact same square footage of land. They both have the exact same land value. And furthermore, they're only, 7 years difference in effective age. They've got less than 150 square foot difference in the size of the house. And that produces a indicated value of 194,992. In the second scenario, again, the exact same square footage in the land, the exact same land value, the exact same class. This one's got about $220 or 220 square feet difference. It's within 1 year of the effective age of the subject, and it produces a value of 182,234. Comp number 3, exact same class, a little bit bigger. The land values are very similar, produces a value of 188 and change. The last one produces one at 214.
Okay, and I guess it'd be protester rebuttal time, which we'll skip over, right?
Right, there's no protester to
Okay.
rebut.
And then district closing.
So it was district, protester presentation, district, protester presentation. I used my rebuttal time already. So in closing, what I would say is there's two things under protest. What I'd like to say about the land, although they produced a long list of properties, properties that have the exact same square footage as the subject have that price per square foot at 17. There's a break. So if you get smaller, it has a higher price per square foot. The larger you have has a slightly less dollar per square foot, trying to blend those values out. We think that in the uniform and equal, we believe that we are appropriately adjusting all the properties in that area to account for equality. Furthermore, on the uniform and equal, I produced properties that were only 3 SSs. They were very similar in size and square footage. Thanks, Mitch. Yep, that's all I got.
Okay, so the arbitration review board has 5 minutes to discuss.
What do you think, Charlie?
I think it should stay the way it is. I don't see any reason to change it. The ones that he picked that are appropriately compared to his are $17 a square foot.
Yeah, the lower price ones, I understand from what you said, Michael, were dry lots, not waterfront lots, or at least some of those that he had were dry lots.
Yes, there's
The Fort Avenue.
there's a number of the land details that he produced. There's very many of those in the middle that had like from $45,000 to $30,000. Those were all dry lots.
Okay, which you would expect them to be lower.
And you know, these are factual things. Within the street, I mean, if you had the street the same, that's why I pulled up the equity from our equity grid. You have literally, it's on the same street, on the same side of the street with the exact same square footage, has the exact same price per square foot and the exact same land value.
Okay. So I would agree that both from a sales comparable standpoint and from an equity comparable standpoint, that just this value is supported.
Yeah.
I agree.
You want to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay.
On account number 30204, case number 2020-214, I make a motion that we leave the appraisal at what it is right now, the 190,010, that it is at market value, actually a little below, and it is equal compared to the other properties, especially the land around it. It's the same. So I move that we leave it as it is.
Second.
I'll second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Case is closed.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
So if there's no other things, can you make a motion to adjourn, or do y'all have any other business or anything you don't discuss?
I don't think so. I make a motion that we adjourn.
Wait a minute. Just hold.
Okay.
Hold this 1 second. Let me.
Do Do you need Val for anything?
Yeah, probably. This, remember Paula Brown?
No. Tell me about it.
Paula Brown is the one where we lowered it $8,000 and then rescinded it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Not sure I understand. We had a hearing and decision was made. How does the decision violate tax code? Yes, I would like further information regarding what exactly happened here. To be candid about it, we had to deal with it as a 25-25 because it was so late. The protest was so late. And what we did was we established a new value that was $8,000 less, but we never put it to the test, to the 1/3 test. Had we done
Right.
so, it would have failed.
Right.
Is that a respect, do you think that's a respectable answer?
And we're going to provide information about the 25-25 is, or does she already have that?
No, I
We
would
just hit the
suggest
close
that
button
I'll
on
take
that
an
one.
excerpt of the 25-25
When
from
that's done.
2019 law and just drop it into the attachment.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think that'll be all right.
Okay.
You know, I mean,
Well, what we'd like to do is answer the question.
Sneaks up on you.
This is Paula Brown. We'd like to answer the question by saying the following. In order to hear your protest, we had to consider it under the Article 25-25. We established a new value. It was $8,000 less than the appraised value. However, we did not put it to the 1/3 test. Had we done so, it would have failed and we would not have made the adjustment. We apologize for the
inconvenience.
minor cost. And then in an attachment, do that excerpt that you do from the law for 25-25. Just put that as an attached page and reference it as an attachment under the citation.
Okay, so I have, let's see, Jonas Brown on behalf of the Board of the Appraisal Review Board. I'm responding to your email inquiry.
Requesting clarification.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay, requesting clarification. In order to hear your protest, we had to hear it as a 25.25D.
Because it was, protest was so late.
Or just was late in being submitted.
Right.
And we lowered the value by $8,000. We did not put it to the 1/3 test.
As referenced in the attachment. I'm not gonna go explain it over again.
Had we done so, it would have failed.
It would have failed the test. And we would not have lowered the appraised value.
Okay.
We sincerely apologize for any confusion that this may have caused.
Okay. And do I sign it with your name, Mr. Powers?
Sure.
Well, I guess I'll say per you and then sincerely Val Smith, since it's
Sure.
coming from mine.
Okay. You guys okay with this?
Yes.
Yep.
We're still open in the meeting here?
We are.
I would just say that in order to not have this happen again, we need to be very careful, and I know you asked me to do a little bit of homework on late protest reasons. My upshot of what I sent to you was basically the reasons you can file a late protest, or if they didn't get, the homeowner didn't get the appraised value from the district, the notice, or it's a 25-25. And there was something like one other minor reason, I've forgotten that, but the 25-25 seems to be not the only reason, but that's the big reason why
There is
you
the,
would have most late hearings.
yeah, there is the whole caveat with military persons serving abroad. And those are
That's the other
specified.
one. That's the other paragraph you're referring to.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we have to be more careful, and that's why we're gonna relook at the one that was in
The audio that everybody
the
listens
audio.
to.
We're gonna relook at that one to make sure that we're okay there.
Yeah.
Val has some other things she'd like to bring to your attention.
Well, a housekeeping question. Every year about this time, the ARB board starts receiving letters from people in the community with questions. And I wondered if I could put that agenda item on there and have it at the end of each hearing day for the board to read letters and have discussion and action on letters addressed to them.
Sure.
I think that's really good.
I
Because
think
you're
it's a
gonna,
great idea.
you're gonna get late protest 4 days later, and you want to get that resolved right then.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That was it.
Good plan.
Thank
we
you,
have-
Val.
Thank
Do we
you.
have any issues with staging where we could be staging a letter and a certain amount of time pass when we were supposed to grant something? But we're staging it, so we miss, isn't there a 4-day?
Right, but they go into certain buckets, I would
Uh-huh.
say boxes. And so everything, when we open that box, we stamp it with the day
Okay.
that it was received.
Okay, gotcha.
And we hotbox everything for 3 days, so it would have been 3 days in the past.
Okay.
So we do it very specifically, very.
So we're
methodically.
okay. We're
Yes.
okay.
These are COVID things you're doing.
Yeah, we're taking, like, we take a paper in through the Dropbox today, it goes in a box.
Okay.
That box gets dumped into another box, and that box is labeled as, today's Wednesday, so it's labeled as the Wednesday box. So we know that it's, and then 3 days from now, we know that this is the Wednesday box, so last Wednesday would have been the 17th.
Right.
So we marked that one as the 17th, it was timely on the 17th.
Gotcha.
So we have a procedure for dealing with that.
Okay. Anything else? Mike? Anything else?
We're good.
Okay, in that case, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second?
I second it.
In favor?
Aye.
Bye.
We are adjourned.
Say bye, Ramona.
Bye.
Bye,
See you
Ramona.
guys tomorrow.
See you in the morning.
Oh, no.